Howdy, howdy, Gwendoliers. How are we? Are we well? I hope we are well. It is my sincere hope that we are well. Today is hopefully a very good day because it is crab day. Or it will be as soon as I grab my controller. So sit back and get ready for crab. Good morning, Gopher. Let's rock and roll. Hi. How are you? How is everyone? Are we all good? I hope so. All of these lovely faces. Let me just get that set up. Okay. Hi, Caps. Hi, Ariel. Hi, Cellular. Who am I missing? Hi, Blank Spat. Hi, Bella. Hi, Miss Tart. I think I got everybody. I put out our announcement that we're live, so people are probably going to start trickling in. Real quick, do a little dance. Doing a dance should be like a reward of some kind. I don't know for what yet, but it will. It will. It will be a reward. A dance reward. By the way, let me know if you see any like glitches or errors with me with my real life face, because I can see my camera at the same time. My actual camera of my actual real life face. Bloodborne is very, very good. It's definitely an adjustment, but I'm a big fan. Probably my second favorite in the series. Have it be a channel points thing? Oh, that's true. I do need to set up some custom channel things. Ugh. Bad fashion. All of these are bad fashion. None of this is good. I mean, mirror set always looks amazing, but we don't have, like, the hat for it, and you need the hat. If you want, you need the hat. It doesn't work. We're heading into an area where I can get some really good fashion, so that's good at least.
At the foot of Lot, it was used if...
Okay, we already got that. Oh yeah, we have to read up on the Pale Tongue. There's a lot that we grabbed at the end of last stream that I want to cover, but, like, I know we don't technically get started until 5, so I don't want to go too into stuff yet. Especially since, like, I know that, like, we don't have a ton of people here, and I know a bunch of people are really, interested in this, but, like, haven't shown up yet, so we'll see. At the very least, we can talk to this fucking Joker.
Well, hasn't it been some time?
It really hasn't.
I'm Leonard, the Ringfinger. Remember me? I slipped you those red eyes some time ago.
Special secret lore.
You're making quite an effort of it, so I thought you might like to know. If you yearn for a proper red-eye orb, one that is uncracked, then kill the Dark Wraith, survivor of the land swallowed by darkness. He has been a prisoner for many ages in the deepest cell in all Lorethrough. I can see it in your eyes.
You know, we're just getting started.
Pillage. Whatever would you do?
So he's saying, he is talking about a Dark Wraith, which is a huge deal because it's been a long ass time and you figure the Dark Wraiths would all be gone by now. But apparently not. Apparently there's one left. Key to the room of the lift that descends to the deepest dungeon in Lorethrough. A surviving Dark Wraith from the land swallowed by darkness is said to be held there. Also, I think I figured out the plan for what we're gonna do in terms of, like, lore. I think we're gonna go along the path to one ending because it has a bunch of unique lore that you can't get if you don't go along the path. But how best to put it? At the same time, I don't like that very end, and for a Lorethrough, I want to make sure I go for a specific end. So I'm probably just gonna, like, do that quest line and then just kind of cut it off. At the same time, I don't want to, like, disappoint people, so would y'all rather see the quest content for an ending we're not going to do and then just cut out of the ending, or do you want me to do that in, like, a New Game Plus Lorethrough? Because I do think it would be fun to play, like, New Game Plus or do, like, a modded run where we cover it, but also there's this lad. Are we going to do the canon end? Yes. Yeah, I'll probably end up keeping it for New Game Plus. Well. I'll take any excuse to do, to play through this game again, so New Game Plus works for me. Okay, so we got the Uchi. A unique katana characterized by the fine craftsmanship of an eastern land where it was forged. The finely sharpened blade cuts flesh like butter and causes bleeding, but breaks easily as a result. So that's just kind of like a dude. It seems like he might have, like, he may be unkindled, but he may also just kind of, like, be here to test people's strength. We don't exactly get a ton of lore on him besides the fact that, like, his name is the Sword Master. Rachel be like, play Dark Souls 3, play Dark Souls 3. Literally. It's good. It's very good. It's the best game ever. In fact, there's a unique character interaction around this little area here that I need to figure out how to trigger. Oh yeah, we should go talk to Joel.
Oh, our champion of Ash, welcome home.
Yeah, it's probably just Sekiro tease.
With a debt in death, hardly deserves to behold this divine flame.
Oh, yes,
And
for
I
you,
never
right?
would have, had you not taken me into your service. I thank you dearly for this, and assure you of my leal service.
Hi, Adon. See, he gives you the option to draw out your true strength, which essentially gives you a free level at the cost of, like, empowering your dark sign, and that leads you towards one ending of the game, which we're not going to do. We're going to save that for a second playthrough, if people want. We'd always do it in a modded playthrough or something else, but if people want a New Game Plus Lorethrough, I am always down to play this game. Anytime, anywhere.
As I have said, I was once a sorcerer. Alas, the magic of Londor is a far cry from the wonders of Vinheim. But I can teach you what I know. Perhaps, more importantly, I believe that I can help tease out your true strength. We pilgrims of Londor are keenly aware
Bet.
that those branded by the dark sign possess something quite special. As I have said,
Okay.
but be safe.
So yeah, he's saying that people with the dark sign have some special ability that can have strength drawn out of them. And he also is from Londor, which we saw mentioned earlier in, like, the character creation menu. Londor is not a place that we have been to or heard about before. It's a new place, and it is a place of hollows, and it is a place where all of those dudes with the big shells on their backs came from. Now, it's certainly interesting because it's described as a land of hollows. However, hollows are supposed to be mindless. So that suggests something really interesting. It suggests that perhaps hollows are more than we have been led to believe they are. And we will learn more about the nature of hollowing throughout, but I think that's one very interesting feature. Oh yeah, remember how we helped out that giant? Now the giant helps us out by fucking providing predator drone strikes to help us. Which is great. I remember walking to this area after giving him the branch. And it was just like, goddamn. He help any time. He wasn't kidding. You want to help me with these guys anytime? Thank you. I love that. What a lad. What a friend. Oh yeah, we have to look at the Pale Tongue, which has some big lore. But first I want to look at the Undead Bone Shard we just picked up. This increases, like, the power of the Estus Flask, kind of like Firekeeper Souls. Undead bones that yet burn. Cast it into the shrine bonfire to boost the recovery provided by the Estus Flask. The bonfire's cinders are the bones of undead, and a bone that still burns is a fresh cinder indeed. Before feeding upon death, one must first pray to it, so you can draw the strength of undead into it. Did we go over... We didn't. I'm going to be discussing the White Tree, but I'm going to need to review my notes for that one. God, having this be not at +1, or like, what is it even at? Is this +2 and it's still doing that little damage? Jesus. So we got the Mortician's Ashes, and when we give these to the Shrine Handmaiden, she gives us new stuff as a result. umbral ash of a resident of the undead settlement who made a living burying corpses. So basically, it's like the soul of that person or an element of that person is maintained within those ashes. How that works exactly is kind of like a story and gameplay segregation, but it's still interesting regardless. Now then, let's take a look at the Pale Tongue, because it is 5, and I'm dying to talk about it because it introduces some really important stuff. Proof of a red orb invader's victory over a host of embers. Claiming tongues as trophies was originally the practice of an infamous troop of invaders, who offered them to their speechless goddess. So it seems like the invaders that Leonard, or Ringfinger Leonard, is part of, have some connection to a speechless goddess. As for, like, the nature of that goddess, we have not been informed of anything regarding a speechless goddess in lore thus far, so don't worry, you didn't miss anything regarding that. And but we will get to that, because that speechless goddess actually has some pretty huge lore significance. Oh yeah, I mentioned in the Discord, but I added a bunch of new channel rewards with like the channel points. Not all of them are going to be active right now during the Lorethrough, but during like regular playthroughs, there's going to be a bunch of options. There's an optional boss right here, but I'm not going to fight it just yet. Oh, I already opened this. There's an optional character to rescue around here, and I'm wondering if it might be good to save it for when I have the ability to not take fall damage, or spend like 1,500 bucks on a key right now. 1,500 bucks, 1,500 United States dollars, which is the currency in Dark Souls. Ow. Yeah, there are a lot of simp brigades in this series. I think a lot of factions are designed on like getting something for a specific woman, like the Fair Lady or the Dark Moons, etc. So there are a lot of groups you could argue are the simp brigade. You heard it here first. US dollars were canonically invented in Lothric. Why do you think the place fell apart? Women be sending other people to go shopping. Women be shopping. VTubers be shopping. VTubers be trying to get money for shopping. Nice.
Welcome, husband. Very then.
Oh, because the crumbling infrastructure of a U.S. highway. Literally. Wondering what would be best to put points into. I always agonize over this.
Farewell, Asher.
Probably damage for the time being. But yeah, we can throw the undead bone shards into this fire. And that is how we will upgrade our Ester Flask. I apologize for calling it the Ester Flask constantly, but I saw a Tumblr post that called it that, and now I literally can't stop calling it that.
Ah.
Oh yeah, we can give her the ashes now.
I only hope.
And she'll sell us more stuff. Okay, there we go. Key to the barred door leading from the sewer below the undead settlement to a moist grave. Gross. The grave, which no longer receives visitors, was once the site of a statue of Velka, goddess of sin, and it was believed to pardon wrongdoing and lift curses. So that means essentially
Ashen One.
the worship of Velka is no longer commonplace, but it still existed until not super long ago. It's unclear how much like time has passed since it was in use. So let's buy the key. Because we have to meet another friend. There are a lot of friends that you meet in this area. It's kind of nuts. But this is a friend I know a number of people are excited to meet. I think the person that was most excited to meet her is not here at the moment, but... Thank you. I need the reminders to hydrate, so I appreciate it. And you get to hear my loud glug noises. Thank you. Also, Bella, are you here right now? That was wonky. Would you, if you are here, Bella, would you mind dropping our usual links? So this is huge. This is our first instance of seeing a physical representation of Velka, who I know is a big fave for everybody. She is here. She just kind of looks like a person, but with her face covered. And she can absolve curses and absolve sin. So it's just kind of the kind of like a combination of what Ingward could do and Oswald could do. Uh-oh, skeletons. You've heard really quiet feminine whispering? That's interesting. I've never heard of any instance of that happening. I haven't, like, heard anything in the audio files about it, but I mean, anything's possible. But yeah, it is unclear how much time has passed since the worship of Velka was a thing. But it is certainly... Oh, wow. Falchion's a rare drop from there. Yeah, I think that's probably ambient noise, but, you know, who's to say? I am open to being wrong. Hey, buddy. Hi, wife. My wife is here. Hello, my dearest. How are you? I have a bow or anything. How are you, my love? Hell yeah, I hope work is treating you well. Some sick no-scopes. Here we go. Nope. Sick no-scopes. Easy money. I hope people are treating you well, or else I will have to end the stream and come down there. Not even close. Easy. First try. Here we go. First try. Last bomb. First try. Here we go. Boom! Boom. You all saw it. That was amazing. Like, unironically. You doing balloon orders? Hell yeah. Oh no, it's a boss from Dark Souls 2. I was here. God. You do any interesting balloons, babe? So we got the Saint's Talisman, which has some interesting lore to it. Non-people? Medium for casting miracles of the gods. Ivory talismans are given only to women clerics, and faith greatly affects their effectiveness. There is a certain frailty to this talisman, which undermines the steadfastness granted by its skill. Well, I don't think that's really something that is nice to say. So I'm going to say let's not be saying those things. Not as any sort of disrespect to bi people, but because, you know, gay people exist. And I think it's important to respect and acknowledge their existence as one. And who is this nice young lady?
Who is there? Is someone there? Anyone? Oh, please, whoever you are, touch me. The dark surrounds me, nibbles at my flesh. Little creatures, they never stop biting. So please, hold out your hand and touch me.
So she is blind, hence the asking if somebody's there. Rachel, is Harley gay? Harley's gay. I mean, maybe. We might be married, but she hasn't told me if she's gay or not. I mean, like, I don't know. I might be gay married, but I don't know if my wife is gay. So, what's really interesting about her dialogue there, I'm not going to leave her hanging, don't worry, but what's interesting about her dialogue there is the way she talks about the dark nibbling at her flesh and the little creatures that never stop biting. I think it is, how best to put it? It seems reminiscent of, like, the bug cloud things that those evangelists shoot at you. And as we know, the evangelists are connected to the same church that Aldrich is part of. So it would seem like maybe the dark is connected to that. You're not gay, babe? I mean, we're gonna have to have a talk when you get home if you're not gay, because I'm like, what is this if you're not gay? I gotta know. Dark as bugs.
Oh, yes, there you are. So close, indeed.
Oh.
And I am not entirely alone just yet.
I love her.
Praise
She's so
the
sweet.
merciful gods above.
Hey, Robo. You're not owned, babe. You're wonderful.
Oh, forgive me. I am Irina of Karim. I came to this land so that I might be a firekeeper. Your touch has freed me from the darkness. You are a champion, then. I am weak and unfit to tend the flames. But if it would not trouble you, might I enter into your service instead?
A hug mod would be nice. Obviously, we're gonna accept.
Thank you, sweet champion. I shall take my vows. I, Irina of Karim, solemnly swear to serve you.
And she can teleport. We're not going to get into it yet, but we're going to get into it. What did we... Okay, we have stuff to discuss about what she had to say. There's nothing gay about two gal pals getting gay married. It's true. We're just two gals. We're just two gals getting, getting gay married. We got gay engaged, if you will, but that doesn't make us gay. Women be teleporting. God. So, couple interesting things. Just gals being pals. Couple interesting things there. By a couple, I mean a number. Engaged. The first one being, she is blind. As we know, blindness is a powerful thing in this universe. Like, a lot of the Firekeepers are blind. For some reason. Who's to say why? Who even knows? But it's possible that, like, blind is power or something. I don't know. Miyazaki likes when people are blind. Now, what's interesting also is that she is from Karim, meaning that Karim is most likely still standing. She is dressed like Rhea from Thurland in the first game, and seems to be a follower of the Way of White, which would suggest that either Thurland has fallen, like Thurland has collapsed as a nation, or Thurland was absorbed into Karim. I feel like Thurland collapsing is probably more likely just because it's been so much time. But yeah, it seems like Karim has really taken up the Way of White, which makes sense given that we know Firekeepers are like a big thing in Karim, since, like, Darkmoon Nightess was from there and was kicked out for failing to be a Firekeeper. It seems like our girl here, Irina, was also kicked out for similar reasons. And so she is here. She's afraid of the dark, not like in the sense of, like, afraid of the dark, like with a nightlight, which is, valid. Woo, Darkmoon Nightess. Stan. It's totally valid. If you need a nightlight, that's okay. No judgment. And she might be scared of the dark, although she's, like, blind, so I feel like actually scared of the dark, maybe not so much. But it seems like in her blindness, she can see the dark, or at least sense it in a way that we can't, which perhaps could tie into the whole why ties into why the whole blindness is connected to Firekeeper stuff. It seems like blindness might allow one to see the world or the dark better, which is pretty neat. But we'll get into it in time. But yeah, I am about to, actually, because we saw that big guy on the rock earlier who was like, "You don't deserve respect." That one asshole. I don't know if you remember him, but he was a fucking dick. And we're gonna have a little chat with him because he was guarding her, and it seems like he was trying to take her to somewhere. He seems like a nice guy, by which I mean he seems like a fucking asshole. But, to each their own. Also, somebody did a posture check. Thank you. I'm gonna start talking to him and then...
A Another one of those unkindled, are you? All you faceless undead, behaving as if you deserve respect. Now you've gone and rescued the wench.
Rude.
How very quaint. Pitying creatures that are beyond help.
Somebody doesn't respect women.
Very well. I'm sick of looking after her at any rate. I'm Egon, a knight of Karim. I am allied to you for as long as you assure the girl's safety. And only for that long.
Yeah, he's a fucking dick. People ship them. People are like, wow, what a romance. He likes her. But hang on. Is he not kickable? He's like really strong, so it's like...
What is it now?
Can I kick you? Please?
Lost it, have you?
Oh my god, that's a lot of health.
As many times as it takes.
That's a lot of health. We may have miscalculated somewhat. Don't disrespect women. Ever. Oh, what? You're gonna heal? In 1v1? Fuck.
Stay dead this time.
Oof. What a chud. What a beta. If you don't respect women, you're a chud. It's true. That's my deep lore. We'll come back for him. We'll come back for him. Don't worry. But let's talk to our friend here.
Oh, Champion of Ash. Welcome back. I was not meant to be a firekeeper, but I am honored to serve you beside the bonfire.
Oh.
The gods are ever merciful. My gratitude lies with them and with you. I am yours now. Your wish is my command.
I love her. A ring bestowed upon a Karim saint allows attunement of additional spells. In Karim, the saints give voice to the ancient tales. They memorize countless cumbersome sacred books and read them in sonorous tones, a function for which they are widely renowned. So yeah, it sounds like Karim may have merged with Thurland at some point. Let's see, do any of these have lore? Okay, no, that's all stuff we've seen before.
You know, in my home of Karim, I was a nun.
She's a nun?
I would be pleased to share the tales of miracles with you. Although, to be honest, I only know a few.
Oh shit. My bad.
Oh, Champion of Ash, do you wish to hear a tale? You know, in my home of Karim, I was a nun. I would be pleased to share the tales of miracles with you. Although, to be honest, I only know a few. But if I had a divine tome, I could tell you many tales and more. Oh, only I cannot see. Terribly sorry, but you'll have to find me a divine tome in Braille.
I love that Braille exists in this universe. Like, when was Braille invented? Like, when was Braille invented IRL? Does anybody actually know? I would love to know.
Have a pleasant journey, Champion of Ash. I pray pray for your safety.
She's so cute. She's very cute. $18.29. Okay. I would love to know more about Braille in this universe. So yeah, that's what we know about Kareem. 1738. So that was a thing. So that humanoid-looking creature just started to, like, bleed and sprout out wings, which is kind of a big deal. These things are called Corvians. Corvians are... Well, there's a number of conflicting stories about the nature of Corvians. A part of it seems to be, like, human beings that wished for wings and, you know, kind of fucked up. But another one is that essentially these are human beings that lost hope and were transformed, kind of like the harpy ladies in the Painted World. And these guys actually, well, I'm not going to say anything more, but we will be discussing them in depth later. Just know that for now they are humanoid creatures that grow wings and stuff, and they're led by individuals called storytellers. I think we'll see a storyteller relatively soon, but keep the name in mind, because they're telling a very specific story, and it's a story that is very important. Yeah, these guys are kind of a pain. Does this have any lore on it? No. So yeah, there isn't too much to say about this area. Just kind of what we know already, in that this was a path that was used by the Church of the Deep, or the Cathedral of the Deep, to transport sacrifices for Aldrich. Because, again, Aldrich was like a person, and then he kind of started eating a whole bunch of people. And then, upon doing that, became like a big sludge monster. And he got very strong. And so it seems like the church had a vested interest in, like, maintaining his strength, but, like, to the point where they're willing to feed people to him. But, like, the reasoning for that is interesting, and we'll get into it. Now, though, let's go down here. Who is that lady? That sure is a lady in a muddy area with a big butcher knife. She seems familiar. And no, it is not Mildred herself. But it is a reference. Bye, baby. I love you. Good luck with the rest of work. I love you very, very much. Oh. I'm whiffing my parries. That thing has deceptively long reach. I hope the rest of your shift goes well, babe. I love you so, so much. I will see you when you get home. I love you too. Butcher knife. Now we're talking. Butcher's knife with an oddly large blade wielded by the madwoman haunting the road of sacrifices. Squarely landed hits restore HP. Back in the undead settlement, the woman acquired a taste for human flesh, of which she took glee in partaking. So she was like a cannibal. That's pretty cool, if you're into that sort of thing. So the bodies here are bodies that, like, she ate. It's a question of whether or not she just developed it, like, by going crazy, or if she was inspired by Aldrich being big on eating people. It's hard to say. I know you're not sleeping. Yeah, these dudes are super hard to fight. Nothing wrong with a little cannibalism now and again. I think that's her business. So there's some items we want here, but I have to run through this area. And then we get to another couple of special characters that I know people are big fans of. Sadly, Ash isn't here, and I did not install some certain mods. Yeah, no, they can multi-hit the shit out of you. So, what's interesting about this character we're about to talk to, this character that apparently has Oscar's armor from the first game. Also, I believe I have to stretch and hydrate. Now, this character we're about to talk to is very interesting in that their gender is dependent on the player's gender. They will always be the opposite gender of the player. Now, they always use, like, the AFAB model, like, regardless, but the voice actor changes, which leads me to believe that this is a character that may be using some sort of specific magic, or they might be gender fluid. Who's to say? But shout out to them.
Oh, hello. How do you do?
Although the female VA is better.
I'm Henry of Astora, unkindled like you. This is Horace, a friend and travelling companion.
Hi, Horace.
And you too, in search of the Lords of Cinder. We're well along the road of sacrifices. Below us is the Crucifixion Woods. Beyond the flooded woods lies Farron Keep, home of the Undead Legion. Further yet is the Cathedral of the Deep. We seek the cathedral, home of the grim Aldrich. We may go our separate ways now, but we are both seekers of lords. The next time we cross paths, one may find the other in a time of need. May the flames guide your way.
Thanks, boss. You said it, Pazuzu. So you gave us something very interesting. We'll read that, but...
Oh, yes. Horace. He's not very talkative. But don't think ill of him. He is an upstanding, kind-hearted knight. A fine partner for this grueling journey. Without
He's his
help,
boyfriend.
I would have cursed this onerous duty long ago. We are well along the road. Beyond the we make the next...
So yeah, this is Henri and Horace of Astora. We have heard much, although we've heard that, it is a ruined land of Astora, sadly. Horace is great. And Henri, she's saying that essentially, how best to put it? That she is part of a covenant that can help people, and that since we're both on a journey for the same purpose, we can help each other. And it also seems like she is unkindled, which is interesting, rather than usual undead. We discussed the difference between unkindled and undead in the last one, but that means that they, perhaps both of them, attempted to link the flame and failed, and now they're trying to get the Lords of Cinder, same as us. Hey, Cooper. Hi, buddy. My co-streamer is here. Hey, honey. Hi, baby boy. Hi. We have seen 4 unkindled. Not counting the player. Yes, my kitty is here to help. Oh, good boy. Hi, bud. I will explain what I'm saying soon, but I have to make sure I give attention to my beautiful son. Hey, honey. Hi, honey. Oh, he is so cute. I can't even tell you how fucking adorable he is. It's so cute. I love him. Cat comes first, always. Cooper. Bella says hi. He looked up and he's purring, so he appreciates it, I'm sure. There's priorities. Hi, Mew. I'm glad you could make it. Cooster Cooper shall end the dictatorship of the proletariat. How can the proletariat have a dictatorship? That's inherently contradictory. There's your deep lore. Speaking of lore, let's read over this real quick. When's the channel points option for something Cooper related? I will take that under advisement. I'm still, it's a work in progress. Now then, where was I? Okay. So this is the Blue Sentinels, which is a group that Henri and Horace are a part of. Now this is connected to the Way of Blue, which is mentioned, and does anybody maybe recognize that symbol? Because I certainly do. Faded sheepskin parchment depicting the dark moon and a sword, equipped to pledge oneself to the Blue Sentinels Covenant. When a member of the Way of Blue is threatened by a dark spirit, the Blue Sentinels, in compliance with an ancient accord, assume the form of blue spirits and help root out the invader. So that is super interesting. Basically, what that means is that the name Dark Moon has been forgotten, sadly. I mean, I'm bummed about it, but we didn't forget. But like basically her ideals live on. This other group, oh shit. I didn't want that. This is what I was afraid of. We're fine. Gwendolyn has 2 covenants, because she deserves it. Now then, it seems like, again, as we know, Gwendolyn has kind of been forgotten by history, given that she was already kind of hard to find, but, like, a lot of people have been forgotten by now. But her covenant endures, and since the covenant is tied to her magic, that means in some sense, some element of her endures. Whether or not she's alive or dead, we don't know. But even if it's under another name, her influence persists because she's the best. Bad dog. That other one just kind of took a dive. Hi, honey. Hi, Cooper. Hello. No, don't jump up there, please. Okay? You're gonna knock everything off. Don't do that. Hey, come on. It's okay. Why don't you just chill out in your chair, okay? Okay? Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Oh, you're a good boy. Oh, you're a good boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. There you go. Gwendolyn is in fact bae. It's true. Gwendolyn is god tier. Cooper is a large lad. It's true. He's trying to knock my microphone over, so if you hear like a loud clatter, I didn't get like killed. That's my son. He's an extreme criminal. It's true. Now then, we picked up some important stuff, so let's look that over real quick. A sacred braille tome from Kareem, filled with advanced miracles. In the way of white, there is a tradition of placing great faith in the words of the blind, and braille tomes are not unusual. Good for you. So yeah, the Kareem definitely seems to be big on the blind. Because they're just big on that. Which tracks give, firekeepers, blindness, etc. A malformed ring given to the Knights of Kareem. Boosts miracles. Morn served the goddess Kaitha and later became an apostle of the Archbishop. They labored together to provide comfort to the suffering. Now, Morn is one of those things where it's like, we learn some stuff, but not everything. So, like, there isn't... It's kind of hard to say too much about Morn, but we can get some stuff by giving that to our girl. What did we pick up? Okay. Here we go. This is really interesting. Dagger of the Unwanted, those guided by heretical storytellers. A rather large dagger with a powerful attack, but this transparent attempt to intimidate foes reveals much about the owner's fears. So yeah, they are guided by some sort of storyteller telling some sort of heretical story, and either it turned them into that, or they are guided to the story by that. Again, it's like a little of both. Oh, I think we might be about to meet somebody very special. There she is! Yes, 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 yes. It's wife hours. It's wife hours. Now, if you have followed this channel, you are most likely familiar with this character's voice. If not, you should follow and subscribe right now. For her.
You're an unkindled, aren't you? I am Cirrus, of the Sunless Realms, former servant of the divinity. Duties we each bear, but one's duty is a solitary affair. I doubt we've much to gain from fraternization. Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
I would like to fraternize. See, this is Cirrus. She's wearing some really sick-ass armor. And she clearly follows the moon, blessing the moon upon your journey. As we know, Moon Gwendolyn. And she refers to herself as a former servant of the divinity. Which is very interesting, because that would imply that she served the gods and then left. She's also from a place called the Sunless Realms, which we will learn a lot more about as time goes on, and I am very much looking forward to talking about it. But yeah, it seems like Sunless Realms definitely connected to the moon, but if she's a former servant, that means she either left or Gwendolyn is no longer there. But it would certainly seem like the Sunless Realms are connected to, if not run by, Gwendolyn. And keep that name in mind, because the Sunless Realms will come up many, many times. Any questions so far?
Oh, Champion of Ash. welcome back. Do you wish...
We can give her the divine tome.
Oh, you've brought me a Braille divine tome. Now I can tell new tales of miracles. Tales of the greater miracles can be quite the epics. What fun we will have.
We will have fun. She's so cute.
Have a pleasant... I pray...
Mayonnaise is not an instrument. And women are wonderful because of their emotional depth and complexity. I'm personally not huge on the whole, how best to put it, girl pretty school of thought. I mean, obviously girls are wonderful and beautiful, but I'm not much for the traditional, like, generalizing girls and prioritizing their looks and whatnot. I'm not really from that school of thought. I think women are wonderful because of how unique they are. I think every woman is wonderful for different, unique, wonderful reasons. And so I don't necessarily think I can answer that. But I know for me, a big part of it is their, like, other women's depth and complexity and capacity for love. And yes, the fact they're all very, very pretty. I think women are very special. Personally, I don't really refer to women as girls, just because it feels somewhat, not infantilizing, but, you know, I prefer to refer to women as women. But that's just one woman's onion. Not coming from a position of judgment or anything like that. Now then, where were we? I was trying to talk about something actually relevant, and then it just kind of escaped me. Oh yeah, we have some new miracles.
Oh, champion, do you wish to...
But yeah, I'm not one for, like, women as an abstract, if that makes sense. I don't really know how else to put it. It's about miracle taught by Morn. And to grant the dying a few moments for a final farewell. Okay, that doesn't really have lore. I will hydrate right now. I might have to take a brief break soon to take some pain medication because I am in a fair amount of pain right now. Not like debilitating, but like, you know. I got that thing. I got that boom. Anyway, it is time to continue on to the Road of Sacrifices, or the Crucifixion Woods, which is an area I'm not a huge fan of, but that has something that I am very much a fan of, and that I think you are all also going to be a fan of. Yeah, I have glass bones, paper skin disease. That's just what Ehlers-Danlos is. It's true. Oh yeah, now that we're on my second VTuber stream, how are we feeling about it? How are we feeling about this cool face reveal? Because I'm feeling pretty good about it. Personally. Oh, these motherfuckers. I hate these dudes. How does that not... I just want to make sure it doesn't, like, turn people off, essentially. Because we have so many wonderful people that have turned out for this new Lorethrough, and it makes me very, very happy. Anime is real, but only me. The rest of anime is fake. I'm the only real anime. Dude. Dude. Oh my god. What am I doing? Thank you. Cool. I just need 2 more. Yeah, these dudes with the sticks are a huge pain in the butt. Oh my god. I'm filled with regret. Oh my god. They have sticks. How do sticks hurt so much? They speak with the trees, and the trees are fucking pissed. I just want to try to run back up there without agitating folks. They are very big. It's true. They are very large sticks. Don't forget to follow and subscribe for large sticks. I mean, given the fact that it's, I can imagine they probably held on to them because it's actually worth mentioning, like, what their names are in the files. They're actually called lycanthrope hunters. As I am sure you all know, lycanthropes are werewolves.
Welcome. Very well then.
I mean, in our universe, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like,
Very then.
in this universe they are the exact same as, like, our werewolves, but
Farewell,
it definitely
Ashen
seems like a
Lady.
connection, and it seems like these dudes, yeah, were meant to hunt lycanthropes before all this happened. Would you consider doing a Bloodborne Lorethrough? I have done one in the past. I would absolutely be down to do one again. The only problem is I'm having issues with my PlayStation 4, and I don't have a capture card or anything. So it would be kind of hard to, like, make that work unless I want to use PS Now or, like, whatever the thing is, or, you know, the thing that lets you stream it to your PC. But when I do that plus streaming, it looks like, I tried it once and it just looked like shit. So I would like to do one. That's certainly a thing. So that right there was a lycanthrope. So maybe lycanthropes, not necessarily our traditional kind of werewolf, but they definitely have some wolfy traits. Most of the lore regarding them is inferred, but I really like it. Also, the posts on the posts on the backs are like tied to them. So most likely the lycanthrope hunters may have restrained them using that, which I think would be very interesting. Well, I'll be darned. These motherfuckers are still around. Those wandering black knights are still fucking going. There aren't nearly as many as they used to be, but even though it's been a long time since Gwyn's day, these dudes are still just fucking going. And still parryable. Less so than they used to be, but holy moly. Holy moly, holy moly. That was a lot of damage. We need an item here, so like... Bonk. Boink! mod. It's just a mod where everything is the same except that Black Knight has the scout's voice. I'll try to see if I can avoid aggroing as much as possible. That failed. Oh my god. Okay, no, this went bad. This went very bad. This went very, 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 very bad. Can I get them to aggro the knight, do you think? Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay, so maybe I might need to revisit that strategy. Perhaps. What do you think, Cooper? Cooper, do I need to revisit? What do you think? I have to, like, lean over to him. Cooper? Cooper, what do you think? Honey? Thank you for your valuable input. He yawned. Lycanthrope. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my very best. I just got impatient. Don't forget to follow and subscribe for Lycanthrope. I am, like, so blown away by the fact that we hit payout goal. Like, admittedly, I would say a vast majority of my subs are gift subs, which is understandable, but that does make it harder to keep it consistent. Good luck, Bella. But we have, like, a really sizable chunk of people that were actually, like, down to subscribe on their own, and that makes me really, really happy. I'm, like, flabbergasted. Like, genuinely very flabbergasted. Okay. I got this. I need a thing that's behind him. Hey, I have that armor. Okay. Alley-oop. The Farron Coal. That is some lore. I mean, we're familiar with Farron, because that's where the Undead Legion, or the Abyss Watchers, came from. And we'll learn more about Farron. He just got bored. Hi. Holy Moses. There we go. Oh, I love that parry noise. It's so satisfying. Oh no. Ooh, that scared me. I will juke this guy to death. Oh my god, does he have... Oh my god, he has like this... That scared me. That actually scared me. Shield of the Black Knights who roam the lands. A flowing canal is chiseled deeply into its face. Long ago, the Black Knights faced the Chaos Demons and were charred black, but their shields became highly resistant to fire, as one does. Black Knight, more like... Sleep tight, because you're dead. Got him. And look at that! It's a crab! That is also a crab! When I said time for crab, I fucking meant it. time for crab. Weed shield. It is, in fact, time for crab. Now this is the gate to Farron, and there are these big lads. Who are big, but not too bright. And I got owned. He beat me at my own game. I'm not proud. However, we did pick up some real fucking fashion souls finally. Armor of an order of fallen knights who disbanded and fled, but met untimely deaths. The drab, tattered cloth conceals tough, black metal, which provides dependable protection from fire. It is just possible to make out the majestic gold engravings on its surface. Now, these knights, it is unclear exactly who they are, but I have my theory, and it's tied to Dark Souls 2, so I'm not going to, go into it too much right now. But look at that fashion. That's some god-tier fashion. We also got the weapon infusion coal. Long ago, used to forge the great swords of the undead legion of Farron. So it lets Andre infuse stuff. And we saw them using great swords in the game's opening cutscenes, and they weren't kidding. They're fucking big swords. The swords actually look familiar to any keen-eyed observers. You can imagine it was hard to spot just in the opening, but, well, again, all of those Lords of Cinder are, big deals, and we're going to be learning about them a lot. Now, these guys are referred to as Farron watchdogs, not the crabs. The crabs are not Farron watchdogs. The crabs are crabs. Crabs are Mr. Krabs and friends. They're brave, bold, but not too bright. We're not doing it quite yet, but we're going to peek our heads in. This is Farron Keep, where the Undead Legion were at, although it seems like it maybe has seen better days. Rip to the other drop, that's fine. I'm pretty sure I know where it spawned, and it's not like we're going to be using it. Yeah. Every game has to have a poison swamp. It's a FromSoft staple. It's mandatory.
Just wasn't he?
So we can give the coal to our boy here.
Oh, my. This coal is from the Undead Legion, used to forge the weapons of Farron's Abyss Watchers. A fine prize. I'm honored to be endued with it.
I don't know what endued
now
means.
I'll be equipped to infuse special gems.
Hey, honey.
Praise the gods. Hey, time to put this brawn to use.
So he seems to be cool on the gods. So we want to infuse that with sharp, because the sharp twin blades are insane. The more we level, they get nuts. Like, it's kind of ridiculous.
Very well then.
Hey, honey. Hi, baby. What is it? What is it, honey? What is it, honey?
Hey, be nice. He just tried to bite me. Rude. A rude boy. He's a very rude boy sometimes. Andre's hair gives me Karl Marx vibes. He is the proletariat. He's got the hammer. I'm sure he's got a sickle like hanging around there somewhere. Communism will win.
At the foot of Lorethrough.
Okay, yeah. Does he have anything else to say?
At the foot of
No. Shut up. Mr. Proletariat. Now, before I run back out there, I am going to run to the restroom, refill my water, see what my son wants. He probably just is asking for food again. And then I have to take some pain medication, which is the main reason, because I will be completely debilitated otherwise. So talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to drop the links. And I will be back in like 2 seconds. Hey everybody, sorry for background noise and the fact that Cooper won't be here for a while, but I need him to be out of the room for the moment. Because the fumes aren't good for him. If you ever smoke weed, don't smoke around your cat, because it's bad for them. Or your dog. And I apologize if drug discussion is triggering. I'm not going to talk much about it. I just have a medical thing. God bless Massachusetts. Don't do drugs, kids. You're an anime girl and you smoke weed? We'll be back to it in like 2 seconds. Much better. Apologies if the noise was troublesome. And I'll let him back in once, like, fumes dissipate, etc. Where were we? Ah, yes. There we are. There we are again. I miss any scintillating discussion? Yeah, we're not going to go too deep into Farron Keep right now, no pun intended. We're going to be heading in a different direction. But I'm going to take a few steps in just to get an Estus shard. Cooper and Catnip. Cooper has a complicated relationship with Catnip. Ew. Cooper and Catnip. He likes it sometimes, but he can get mean when he's high. My angry little son. I mean, he's large, but he's also little. It's always weird, because I can't decide if I want to call him little or big, because it's like... He's small for, like, a person, but he's extremely large for a cat. Because, like, you know, he's a Maine Coon, and they're kind of big. I don't know if you were aware. I'll post some images. Little big man. We call him that sometimes.
Just wasn't it? Pretty big like that.
Oh yeah, we have to kill a boss for Grey Rat to come back. Typically I kill an optional boss in there, but like, I don't feel like dealing with it right now, and I'm just gonna come back once we have some more, stuff to make the fight go easy. But yeah, we're going to, instead of going down to Farron Keep, we are going to follow the Road of Sacrifices up to the Church of the Deep, or the Cathedral of the Deep, which is basically, like, you know, that's where Aldrich went, or, like, where Aldrich was, and the thing that is a common misconception is that it's not like it was necessarily always an evil church, because it seems like originally they just kind of kept him in there so they could put him in the fire. And since, you know, I think they may have assumed ends justify the means as far as cannibalism go. And whether or not that vibes with you, I think is up to you. Personally, I'm not big on it, but, you know, to each their own. No shade to any cannibals in the chat. Oh boy. Oh wow. Oh wow, he's coming real fast. These crabs do not fuck around. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. Where is it? I know there's a bonfire around here somewhere. I always forget where it is. Because I literally didn't know about it until, like, my... It was, like, 10 plus playthroughs in when I found out about this bonfire. I don't even know how long I've played this game for, or, like, how many times. It's a lot. What did I just pick up? Was it good? Yeah, no. Yeah, no, I did not know this bonfire until I was watching somebody else play it. Teleporting dog. I knew we had to get a teleporting dog in there eventually. One of my favorite and one of the most annoying, but one of my favorite bugs there is out there. The teleporting dog. I mean, you don't really need this bonfire. It's not like you get much use out of it, but it is nice to have, at least. Jesus Christ. You all saw that. You all saw a teleport. I might need to invest more in health. Thank God the infusion just, like, helped me get the tiny edge I need to backstab him in one hit. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, especially since the upcoming thing is fascinating in that depending on your playthrough, it's either a joke or a huge pain in the ass. And either way, I'm not a fan. There's also an NPC we can find in this area, but we actually don't have the stats to recruit them yet, so we're going to hold off on that for now, but, like, we will get to it. So if I go through this area without talking to the NPC, just know that, like, I did not forget. Yeah, it's not fun. Probably my least favorite in the base game. A ring given to Farron's undead legion by one of the Preacher twins, known more commonly as the Crystal Sages. The sorcerers of Farron's Abyss Watchers were known to be lonesome warriors who would only rely upon more pragmatic spells. So that is really, really interesting. In addition to, like, fighting real hard with, like, big ol' swords and the like, it seems like the Abyss Watchers also use some element of magic. Which seems weird given their whole, like, melee build thing they have going on. But, like, these guys seem to be trainees of those sages, and they can use magic. Also, more importantly, they have big hats. And you know that means they're smart. Honestly, you can't really go wrong with a big hat. That is your Professor Rachel official lesson for today, is that you can't go wrong with a big hat. You can't. You can't. Wait, hang on. Why would they be influenced by Big Hat Logan? I don't see why they would be. I don't see how they'd be influenced by him. I don't see the connection between them. Like, I don't see them having big hats has anything to do with Big Hat Logan. Don't even remind me. I have my serious face back on because of that. I might be anime, but I need you to take me seriously. I appreciate how positive everyone has been to this change. It makes me feel pretty. And I like to feel pretty. I mean, I'm sure everybody does, but like, you know. Oofa doofa. Yeah, I guess we can run up to him because he has something to say. If basically he'll only come with you if your intelligence... Oh, no, wait. Our intelligence is 10. Never mind. He'll come with.
Well, this is unexpected. I don't often have visitors. What do you want? This is my study that you've happened upon. If you haven't any business, I've reading to get back to. How intriguing. Very well. Indeed, I am a sorcerer, with plenty to share. However,
yeah, he calls you a moron if your int is too low.
Clearly, you're not that sort of woman. So you will make me a promise.
Okay.
That in exchange for my teaching, you will bring me knowledge.
I got some fucking knowledge for you. I'm a goddamn professor.
Sorcery's secrets. Well.
Hi, Raiders. Hi, Middles.
Very well. You're no fool. I take it you understand the weight of a promise.
They had to pinky swear on it.
I am Orbeck, of Vinheim. Unkindled one.
Now that
I shall teach you sorcery.
Is interesting.
We will learn together. It shall be like our very own school.
He says that he's from Vinheim, which is, you know, the same place our esteemed Big Hat is from. But that would mean that Vinheim, like, whether or not the Dragon School exists, Vinheim as a nation still exists. Anyway, I'm not sure how we're going to do on this, but let's give it a go. This is one of those crystal sages we just heard about. Okay, our damage is pretty solid. So as we know, crystals are very powerful magic. Yeah, the key is to go for the purple one. Yeah, this fight's kind of a pain. I love the noise the Crystal Sage themselves makes. They're like, that's what they sound like. Yeah, this guy is probably my least favorite boss fight in the entire game. In the base game. There's a couple boss fights in the DLC that I like less, but... Oh, okay. Is it the ghost of Big Hat Logan's big hat? Maybe.
That is, wasn't it?
I wanted to get like a closer shot of her face, but it's kind of hard to get. But she has like a crow-looking face, although it's unclear if that is like a mask or not. So she either has like a crow-looking face, or she is like she could be a Corvian, or she could be like a cool plague doctor. Yeah, no, it's the same way for me. I beat her on my first try, and then ever since then, she's been a huge pain in the ass. Okay. I'm running. I do have the bug pellets. But I'm hesitant to use them. Ow. Dude. Dude. That's such a mean enemy placement. Parrying works well on this chick, but it is unfortunately hard to read because of all the fabric. That's fine. Where is she? Shit. That's what I was afraid of. I know there's some way to predict where exactly she's gonna pop up, but... I just saw one of their hats just pop into the... like, disappear into the ground. Oofa doofa. Oh, fudge. I might want to just kill the decoys. It's a waste of time, but I am not able to fucking dodge these dudes right now. It's just not a fun fight. And the lore is pretty negligible, honestly. Like, they're a Crystal Sage. They helped out with Farron's Legion. Thank you, Esper. Oh yeah, throwing knife the decoys is probably wise. Is the stream in 540p on purpose? No. I had no idea the stream was on anything. I am still working on... Ugh. I wanted that parry. Can I parry you? Okay, so maybe got a little cocky there. You'll have to forgive me. As I said, I either crush it or suck. There's no in between. Oh yeah, that's that really rare grab attack that she has. Ugh. Whoever suggested the throwing knives, thank you. really should have been putting more points into stamina, huh? Crystal Sage have layers. Jesus Christ, give it a rest. Oh my god. Please. There we go. I hate their music too. Okay, so that's really interesting. First of all, we got Air of Fire destroyed again. And also, beating her... First try. Beating her gave us an Ember. Because I remember we discussed Embers. Remember the Ember discussion. And how they are, like, remnants of power that Unkindled will take in because they don't have much power themselves. Pardon me. Like, they don't have a ton of power on their own. And so, in addition to getting, like, another, like, getting more souls from the Crystal Sage, we also get, like, a snippet of the flame it carries within it. If that makes sense? Hopefully it makes sense. The twin Crystal Sages once served as spiritual guides to the scholars of the Grand Archives, and one went on to ally with the Undead Legion. Like I said, it's pretty negligible. So I'm just gonna eat it.
Ashen. Well, very well then take.
Really probably should be putting more points into health. Maybe bump that up.
Farewell, Ashen maiden.
First try. God, we really haven't gotten our hands on any good rings, huh? Now then, let us continue on. So we are heading to the Cathedral of the Deep to go find one Mr. Aldrich. His name is Aldrich. Oh yeah, the rapier is fucking amazing. Maybe if this was Dark Souls 2. Thank you, Dude Snack. I am so glad I have all of you to remind me to, like, take care of myself so I don't die. Now that you can see my beautiful face, you can know that my life is worth preserving. Before it was like, eh. But look at me now. Dying would be very on theme with Dark Souls, but not the way to go. Gotta get that water. It's true. As much as I do appreciate being on brand, I need to at least wait until my wife comes home to die. Well, what did I even get hit by there? We got the... Oh, sweet. We got some great fashion with some good lore in our drop that is normally kind of rare, so that makes me happy. Yeah, there's more of those corpse carrier guys that we've seen. And that, again, reaffirms that, like, even though they're hollow, they still mindlessly pursue their old task, which I find very interesting. We got some little gay armor. I'm allowed to say that because I'm gay. Hey, he stole my swag. And he's also a Dex user. But not for me. Well. Yeah, no, I have to confess to my wife that I'm gay before I die. I can only hope she'll understand. Nice. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. We got some ashes, and also Grey Rat should be back, so let's pop back to the shrine. Hi, Bella. Welcome back. While we do that, I have an important question for all of you. Does anybody want a peanut butter M&M? And if so, how many would you want? No, Bella, you didn't. Two? Two it is. I want 3, 2, 3, 3, 2. I'm like keeping count. Okay, so that's 5, 8, 11, 13. I will make sure to parcel out 13 M&Ms. Then the one and only Caprin, hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for the follow. Okay, 14.
Ah, how?
Oh wait, before we give her the ash, we should read the lore on it. Umbral ash of a worn-out paladin who sought the Cathedral of the Deep. This paladin paid quite a price for his headstrong justice. So this is probably some paladin that wanted to go and punish Aldrich or his homies. And these have lore. Oh yeah, this is huge. This is hugely interesting. And it answers a question that I know people had about 1. So let's talk about it real quick. Ring given to the Knights of the Way of White depicts Allfather Lloyd's Shield of the Cast. Much time has passed since the worship of Lloyd was common in the Way of White. The clerics of Karim had always strongly asserted that Lloyd was a derivative fraud, and that the Allfather title was self-proclaimed. So that's really interesting because I know we had been discussing, some people had been asking, and I said we would get to it, I promise, about Allfather Lloyd, because people were like, well, if Gwyn came first, how could he have an uncle? And the answer is, most likely he didn't. Lloyd was most likely some fraud. And so they were kind of, like, they'd kind of tried to distance themselves from him. Like, he was like the Joseph Smith of the Way of White. I am making a game about magical girls, but they won't be hurting cat girls. They're their friends. Enormous hat. The pair are said to be successors to the great sage Logan, and this big hat is a symbol of their pedigree. I don't know why they would have a big hat because of Big Hat Logan, but hey, Rockman. Yeah, no, I respect the audacity. Oh, this is actually really interesting. And I'm going to come back to this when we do the Abyss Watchers. Sorry, I'm getting very excited because I love talking about this stuff. Now then. Armor of the Watchdogs of Farron's Keep. After the Legion's Watchers became Lords of Cinder, the wolf blood dried up, and Farron was consumed by a festering wood. Within the wood, an emaciated old wolf commands watchdogs to defend the sanctity of sleeping warriors. Both the exiles were surely watchdogs themselves, for Farron has always been a land of itinerants. So it seems like there was a really powerful, or a really powerful group. Oh! Oh no. Sorry, I dropped an M&M. But yeah, we're going to be getting into it, but there's a lot of discussion of a wolf and the wolf's blood. And keep that in mind for when we do Farron. I don't know who that is. I'm just doing my best. My build is my best. That is the name of the build. Oh, okay. That's because I'm using cool pro gamer strats. You know me. Oh, okay. Let's not bring up stuff we have not gotten to in the Lorethrough, though. I did see your message, and it's not, like, a problem I had with the content of it. Just, you know, because there are people that have not seen the game before. Crush Shield. I thought there was Titanite there. Hi! Nah, I'm not mentioning names of characters we haven't gotten to either. Oh shit. Come here. Get off the stairs. Oh. Oh my god. Will you get off the stairs? Knock it off. What was his fashion? As for the lore for them, I don't really have much on offer. But they seem to be bandits of some kind. Oh, thank you for reminding me. We got the Evangelist set. This has some good lore. Nope, didn't want to do that. Robe of an Evangelist sent from the cathedral. These teachers, all women, came to enlighten inhabitants of the undead settlement and sent carriers on the path of sacrifice. So yeah, it seems like they went to, like, convert the people in the undead settlement to the religion of the deep. Oh, hell yeah. I hope it's good. You have to be careful with these dogs, because they will teleport. Limit Breakers actually just did a whole video on, like, why some dogs teleport but not others that I thought was really interesting. He's definitely in the vein of problematic creators, but it was certainly an interesting video. This is the Cathedral of the Deep. Or the start of it.
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn, who
Who's
have no
that?
place to call their own. Please bear witness to our resolve. Fire for Ariandel. Fire for Ariandel.
Well, that's...
And the ash to kindle flame.
That's interesting. So, he's talking about a merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn, and is asking for ash to kindle flame. So, real quick, we have this altar in front with all of these, you know, religious-looking dudes. But he's not praying to that. He's praying to a statue behind it, who is this woman crying, who he is referring to as the mother of the forlorn. There are a few specific people he could be referring to with that, but we're going to get to it later. Now, we are going to talk with this dude, and then he starts us on the path of a DLC, but we're not going to do the DLC yet.
Wait, you've the same scent as that woman. Then you must be an action one. You must be. Oh, you don't know how long I've searched.
You good? Are you good, sir? Don't forget to follow and subscribe for old man noises.
Oh, don't mind me. Didn't mean to fall apart. Now, Ashen One, I have a kindness to ask of you. My lady lives in the cold land of Ariandel. I need you to show her flame. A proper flame that will burn the rot away. If you truly are ash, then it must be fire that you seek.
That is certainly interesting. I'm getting health out of the way and then speccing stamina.
Thank you. They of ash never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is.
Now that is interesting.
Go on. Take it. Touch it.
We have heard of a painting that is cold before, a painted world. Oh dear. Oh dear. Rockman, we can discuss that after we get through this area.
The ashes were too.
Bob on Battlefield. But Rockman, you're bringing up a really interesting point, and that is actually something I'm planning to discuss. So good on you. And now we're in a cave. With one of them... You remember these guys? That's one of the Corvians. But it's non-hostile. Rena said this, I love your visa. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I was worried because it's like... I based it off, like, pictures of my own face, like, as reference, and I was worried that it wouldn't look good. But I'm really, really pleased with how it came out. So I'm very, very happy. Excuse me.
you just arrived? How very unusual. Just how long has it been? Rejoice, my new friend. For this is a true haven of the forlorn, the cold and gentle painted world of Ariandel. Quick, go along.
I'd be like,
find one for yourself. A sweetly rotting bed
we're good
to lie upon. Ah, you're not, but you're Arian, so a sweet.
So he's talking about there being some rot in the painting. Do you have 310A set to audio lip sync or facial lip sync? I have it set up to facial lip sync. I wanted to try to get it to audio, but I couldn't get it working on my end. So I'm working on it. But yeah, so that is the painted world of Ariandel. I know that raised a lot of questions, but you're going to have to put them on hold for later on. I want to try to mess around with the mic lip sync, but... oh my god. I'm a fool. I didn't rest at that bonfire before I talked to him. Oh, that stinks. What a bummer. You know, I may be stupid. There are answers for that, Rockman, and I'm looking forward to discussing them. The nature of the religion practiced here in the Cathedral of the Deep is very, very interesting. Oh yeah, we gotta talk to Grey Rat too. I keep forgetting things. But she keeps on forgetting. But she keeps on forgetting. Spaghetti. But on the surface, she looks calm spaghetti. They're so easily forgotten. But, okay. So we're going to need a torch for the next section, but we want to go and check in on our boy Grey Rat.
Oh, hello. You've come at a good time. It took some prowling, but I finally made a score. Go on, have a gander.
My kisses didn't show up. Yeah, he's got some new stuff. I'm trying to see how much of these have deep lore. This has some lore for something that comes way later, but like it's teasing it right now, so I think it's okay to talk about it right now. Oh, actually, before we do that, we have one of the most important little different I do know which ending I will pick, and I'll be discussing it. Now, we remember... oh, I thought I turned that one off. I thought I turned off the banning words one for while I'm doing lore. Now, we remember the divine blessing. It was blessed by Guinevere. However, it is different here. This says, holy water blessed by the Queen of Lorethrough. The Queen of Lorethrough, married to the former king of Syros, or Osiros, no, was initially revered as a goddess of fertility and bounty. After giving birth to Ocelot, her youngest, she quietly disappeared.
Goodbye.
Now that is very interesting. Yes, it is possible that it could be a coincidence, but when we're talking about a goddess of bounty and fertility, that is connected to the divine blessing, it is entirely possible that the Queen of Lothric may be our one and only Miss Guinevere. As for the significance of that, we will fully discover it at a later date. But let's just say it's pretty relevant. Sarah sounds like ocean. I have thalassophobia. I don't know what that is. This is... Who knows where she went, but I hope she went to apologize to her sister. I know we discussed how Guinevere is very worth having sympathy for, but she did a few things wrong. Boy, did she do a few things wrong. Intense and persistent. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I hope I didn't, like, activate that. Damn it. I was hoping to avoid aggroing these dudes. Yeah, so those dudes will light themselves on fire and blow up. What did Guinevere do to Gwendolyn? Basically, when everything kind of started to fall apart, Guinevere kind of dipped and abandoned Gwendolyn, like when Gwendolyn really needed the help. And yeah, I think the main thing is she just kind of abandoned her sister, which is not nice. A whip with thorny spikes that shred skin, causing heavy bleeding. Gross. The cleansing chapel uses whips such as these in order to produce the drops and puddles to wipe clean during its rituals. That sounds less than great, in my humble opinion. That sounds maybe less than great. Speaking of opinion, that reminds me, I was wondering about a couple things. One being if the face cam there is an okay size. Like if it needs to be larger. And also what we want to do with Wednesday. Cool. Because I'm very torn with regards to Wednesday. These things are so gross. Yeah, those things put maggots on you that can cause bleed. It's me. It's me. I'm more powerful than I was before. I'm fucking huge. I'm fucking invincible. She's somewhat tall. It's true. She has a full model. It's very cute, but... Saint Tree Belvine. That does not have any significant look. But yeah, this is a big graveyard outside of the Cathedral of the Deep that has been, you know, not treated the best. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives. need like one more. Rachel, but she's as big as Guinevere. Maybe I am. You don't know. I am actually of average size. Maybe a little taller than most. Actually, there's a question. What would you consider to be average size for a girl? Oh, come on. Got out of bounds. Oh, hello. That is a rather large crystal lizard. 5'5"? Okay. Then I am tall, then. 5'6"? Okay, then yeah, I count as tall. Not like mega tall, but definitely... Are we just going to keep increasing in numbers? Like, are we just gonna... We're gonna get larger every time? Oh, sweet. That's what I needed. I don't know. Should I say how tall I am? You're 6 foot on the dot. That's Chad height. You're taller than my girlfriend. My girlfriend is only 5'2". She has to stand on her tiptoes if she wants to kiss me. It's very cute. I'm 5'8". So yeah, I'd say taller than average. I'm just a big old creaky tower of bones. This whole stream is gay wholesomeness hours.
It wasn't.
I'm sorry to break your heart. I am tall.
Pretty big.
Welcome. Very well then taken.
Oh, come on.
Farewell, Ashley.
You can have gay bloodlust and still have it be wholesome. Simply become taller.
Very then taken. Farewell, Ashley.
I would like to be shorter. I feel like it would be I would prefer being shorter purely because it makes it harder to find clothes. Make Rachel's avatar bigger for each level up. That would be kind of fun. Okay. But it's funny because, like, when I was a little girl, I started out very short. I started out very, very short, and then I had this growth spurt, and obviously got taller, and then, like, I got a significant amount taller, and they were like, oh my god, she's gonna get so big, and then I had the little growth spurt, and then I just kind of stopped. Oh boy. So yeah, this is a graveyard of hollows, but obviously it's kind of... It's hard to make hollows stay dead. They actually spawn an unlimited number of times, so we're gonna try to run through here, but we need to get some items. Store a greatsword. They're very tall. These guys are 6 foot, and my character's only 5'11". Those memes are so fucking funny. Oh, F. Yeah, it's... Ew. Talos. Oh, that's funny. That's quite funny. Yeah, I'm like... If you're tall and skinny, then it's doable, but I am taller and, like, and chubby. But... So that makes finding clothes a little hard. Oh, hey, there's a white tree. You know what that means. Airstrikes. Uphead. Oh my goodness. So that sure was a fellow. We can talk about exactly what was up with that fellow that just came running at us once I open up the shortcut. We keep going through areas with just like a fuck ton of lore, and then I get overwhelmed and I can't get to it all. So these dudes are called Grave Wardens, and their duty is to... Their weapons inflict heavy bleed, and their duty is essentially to... How best to put it? To cut up bodies to stop them from coming back. So we got the Executioner's Greatsword. Greatsword of a debauched executioner used for beheadings. Okay, Astora Greatsword. Here we go. This greatsword, bestowed only upon elite knights, is a relic of the ruined land of Astora. Designed for a focus on thrust attacks, this sword is hard and sharp, but not unusually heavy. Interesting. And Curse Word Great Shield I don't think has anything. Given to those who resisted the curse long ago, far too heavy for an ordinary person, perhaps it signifies the foolishness of resisting the curse. And yet those who bear the weight of the shield will not find its protections against curses wanting. Thank you, Ahadon. But yeah, like, the problem is I just have all of these different contributing factors, like the height plus the voice would mean, like, when I was younger, and, like, when I had short hair, I would totally get mistaken for a dude all the time, which was a little annoying. And I think that was because at the time I was, like, I was doing triathlons, so, like, I had my hair really short, like, to avoid, like, wind resistance and overheating. And so that contributed, and then also the fact that, like, because of that, I was always wearing, like, a compression shirt or a sports bra or whatever. So it looked like I was just completely flat-chested. Polymorph potion gone wrong. I would not want to polymorph into a dude. I'm perfectly happy with my girl status. Iframes. Oh boy. There's some interesting enemies here with some lore, but I'm gonna have to get to them later. But yeah, these guys are called deacons. As you can see, they're wearing clerical robes. And so these guys are called, yeah, they're deacons, meaning they are like higher ranked members of the church by Rockman. And you can also see from that, like, they have these glowing eyes and shit. Like, they're clearly hollow, but there's something more wrong with them. Like, something greater that's wrong with them than just being hollow. Oh, okay. So they're using you're correct, it's not pyromancy, it is channeling sorcery, but a specific heretical type of sorcery. And we'll be discussing the nature of heretical sorcery at a later date. I know I keep saying that, and I promise I'm gonna get to everything. But like, there's a lot to get to. I hope you understand. I'm doing my very best. God, we really don't have good ring selection. We will be talking about it some before we get to the area boss, and then the area boss will be like where we get a lot of the answers, but I'm going to be covering some stuff beforehand. Absolutely heretical. Oh my god, real quick, I don't know why I just remembered this now, but I was checking like my monthly view count, and for the last 30 days, we actually have had a view count that is 1/3 of the way to like partner, which is insane. So thank you all so much for that. Step by step. So this lady's looking out there at something. How is that not a backstab? Yeah. So they say, I'll cleanse that bastard's curse, and we'll be getting into it. Now, she was staring out at this. That there, it looks similar to the abyss that sprouted from Manus in Ulasil, but it is not. This is actually a representation, or at least a connection to the deep. The deep is different than the abyss, and that's a thing that I see asked a lot. I think somebody mentioned it earlier, actually. A gem of infused titanite, found in the dregs of the Cathedral of the Deep. There is a darkness that lies beyond human ken. And if you look very closely at it, you can see what look like little humanity sprites within the deep gem, which is really, really interesting. Yeah. There is a difference. Like, basically, how best to put it? The abyss is its own thing, And the deep is something worse. As for how it's worse, we'll be getting into it, but it's kind of like... It's like... Oh, fuck, I walked right into that, literally. I mean, like, it's dregs. How many of you are familiar with what the word dregs means? Kind of. The deep web and the dark web are the same thing. Raise his hand. Yes, Mist Heart. Thank you very much for raising your hand and being polite. Leftovers that have been coagulated. The runoffs. Yeah, that's... Oh, okay. I always thought it was the same thing. Remnants, worthless parts. Yeah. Basically, they are... Oh, there's a big man here. Now, this is quite interesting. Big man on campus. Because we can see those statues of a woman, like, weeping all over the place in here. However, as before, you know, those statues were covered up. And we also see this figure that's really neat. Now this gets decked by a giant is interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Whether or not I get hit by a giant. The giant is here because it serves as slave labor. A lot of giants do serve as slave labor. But yeah, this is a person with something emerging from their back. It looks kind of like a writhing, like, abyssal mass. So whether or not that existed before, or whether it was put here by the Church of the Deep, is a matter of debate, and one I'm going to return to. But yeah, it's the same reason these guys are here. These guys are slaves also, but they're really fucking annoying. Could that maybe be the same pus that came out of Udex? You are correct. Again, hard to say with exact certainty, but most likely, yes. Yeah, the deep is like the runoff, like the really, the parts of the soul that aren't worth keeping around, like the parts of humanity that are like remnants or left behind that have kind of not necessarily congealed, but fallen away into somewhere. The deep is kind of like the very, very bottom of the abyss, or like a pit within the abyss. That's what the deep is. But yeah, to explain this cathedral, first of all, fucking love this cathedral. It's goddamn gorgeous. Yeah, lots of statues of the person praying with the thing coming out of their back. Collected, thank you. Now then, don't forget to follow and subscribe for collection. Follow and scribe. I am the scribe. I am your teacher of deep lore. I don't know, because I feel like that metaphor implies that the Abyss is bad, and the Abyss isn't necessarily bad. Yeah, the Deep is definitely pretty cursed. We actually just picked up an item that would be of help here. This will be on the test. My VTuber name is Professor Rachel. I am the only accredited professor VTuber. A Braille divine tome of the Deep, belonging to the deacons of the cathedral. Give this to a storyteller to learn miracles of the deep. Now, we can't give this to Arena, or it starts her down a bad quest line where she gets consumed by the Abyss, which isn't great. Or by the Deep. Intended to teach divine protection to the deacons of the Deep, but later, dark tales were added to its pages, such that it is now considered a thing profane. And here's where it gets interesting, because this is more proof positive that this church was not always a church of the deep. In fact, evidence points to it being a church of the Way of White, meaning perhaps this place was... how best to put it? Perhaps this place originally served as a purpose, like to keep the deep contained, but failed and may have been corrupted. Since, as we know, something added the pages to their work. Whether it was added by something or someone, you might say. Let's go grab this item. That's an ember. I guess we'll leave now. Psych! That's a fella. That's a fella indeed. That's a fella and a half. Yeah. It's like the dregs, indeed. Bada bing. Here's some lore. A malformed ring left by Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. Recovers FP from critical attacks. Aldrich, infamous for his appetite for flesh, apparently had the desire to share with others his joy of imbibing the final shudders of life while luxuriating in his victims' screams. That's gross. That is my official lore on that. That's nasty. That's super, super nasty, in my opinion. In my professional opinion. It's nasty. But that does help explain, because it seems like maybe the stuff that happened to Aldrich and made him a big sludge man may have affected other people in the cathedral, which may play a role in why they're all deep corrupted. So, think of it like this, right? And we'll get to it more later. Let me put it this way. Cathedral is there to kind of keep an eye on the deep. Aldrich starts eating folks, maybe encouraged by the deep, and it leads to corruption. Then he encourages other people to eat, and then that leads to corruption of them as well. And he may have been the one to add the profane pages to the tomes that may have also encouraged people to fall to the deep. So these people might not necessarily have been evil all the time, but the faith of the deep may have come about from corrupted members of the Way of White, if that makes sense. And this guy being like, bros, make sure and tell everyone I have a totally big appetite for flesh. That's my thing. Hey, he's a guy who knows what he wants. I can respect that. Also, yes, I think technically I'm the only VTuber that went to Harvard, but don't quote me on that. If there is another one, I want to have like a symposium of some. It's Kirk. Our boy Kirk is back. And see, now he is, his title is Longfinger Kirk, meaning he is most likely part of the same group. He is most likely part of the same group that Leonard is, that is grabbing tongues for the goddess, which means he is simping again. Not only has he avoided going completely hollow, he has continued to simp for thousands of years. And, you know, there's something to be said for that. You gotta respect the grind. Oh my god, here he comes. No, we don't even know the name yet. Oh my god, he's strong. I keep trying to parry him. Ain't Elden Synth their new game? I'm off my parry game. I love you, Kirk. I want his armor. God bless our troops. I doubt you could even imagine it. That which simped for the stars. Oh boy. Oh boy, I fucked up. Oofa doofa. He's now strong enough to be able to withstand the hundreds of letters per minute he types to defend his lady on FaceTime. Was that on purpose, or was that like an accident, or was that a pun? Because FaceTomes is funny. I wasn't sure if you're trying to say FaceTime or FaceTome, or like FaceTome version of Facebook. But that's funny. That's fair. That's really good. Props to you. But yeah, he's definitely standing up for his lady.
Welcome. Very then.
We should all be so lucky as to have such dedicated simps.
Farewell, Ashen.
Wait, what day is it? Okay, I thought I had a doctor's appointment.
Ashen 1.
I respect the dedication. The hustle, if you will. It's true, I can't match that. You gotta love him. You gotta love him. There's some real nasty simps in this series, but he's not one of them. He's a friend, and I respect him. I'm sad that he tries to kill you all the time. I wish we could just get along, but no. Why must we always pit bad bitches against each other? Yeah, it's definitely a simp-heavy series. Gosh. Wow, you can be at 70 without fat rolling? I also have to give props to Hazel for being one of the few female simps. Okay, cool. Okay. $69. Hey, there's a tongue in here. Somebody left their tongue in the mud. That's a nasty looking thing. Oh, goodness gracious. Hello there, sir. What's not something you want to hear in 99% of situations? There's a tongue in here. I can... You know... I can think of a situation in which that isn't a bad thing. But, you know, that's just me. Yeah, no, I respect him. Oh, speaking of onion, Dad. It's an onion.
Well, you look reasonably sane. I am a knight of Katarina. I've managed to track down this cathedral's store of treasure. It's right over there, across that narrow part. Treasure? Always so close, yet so far. I'm in quite a pickle, indeed.
Love onions. Let's go get the treasure. Thank you, onion, for the treasure. Uh-oh.
Shame on you, you greedy guts.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Thought you could outwit an onion.
Look who it is.
Well, say hello to the nice giant. He adores visitors.
Yeah, no, the caption's fucked. You son of a bitch. Oh, hi. It's everybody's favorite. everyone's favorite absolute bastard who, again, as I said, it's been thousands of years, and just like Andre, he has managed to avoid hollowing. And remember, we said you can avoid hollowing by being able to have a specific purpose, and his purpose is fucking people over. His purpose is being a real asshole. What Red Dawn? Like the film? Like the 80s film with Patrick Swayze? Or the terrible remake with Josh Peck? That remake was fascinating because Red Dawn is propaganda. But it's propaganda that runs counter to the situation that we were in when the remake came out. Like, the original is all about, like, being pro-insurgent and whatnot. I wonder his purpose would be easy to fulfill when things are shit, but when the fire gets rekindled and stuff normal, what is he? I'm sure he still finds ways to trip people up and fuck them over. There are always ways. There are always ways to ruin people's days. I believe the bident has some lore. A silver bident decorated by a holy symbol, formerly wielded by Saint Klimt. He discarded this weapon that draws upon one's faith on the day that he put his own faith behind him. Maybe trips your nana and beat up your local Catholic. Listen.
Good, wasn't he?
He's just doing his thing. He's just being a lad.
Pretty.
That's okay, mine is too.
Ashen?
Welcome. Very then take.
Okay, let's get that up to 20.
Ashen one.
May the flames guide thee, etc. Okay. Now then, let's go do some lore and say hello. Why does he hate clerics so much? I think that's a throwback to Demon Souls, but I'm not 100% sure. Anyway. Yeah, no, I'm sure he has plenty he could say. Patches was that kid who bragged about his... Yeah, he's the one who made those pictures, like, those pictures that are like the dude cutting the Bible in half with a katana or whatever. Good night, FC. Or FSC. Thank you for coming by. Yeah, I think he's mostly just, like, disagrees with them ideologically. Deep ring. It's not that deep ring. A ring bestowed upon the deacons of the Cathedral of the Deep. allows attunement of additional spells. In the cathedral slumber things most terrible, and as such, the deacons require a grand narrative to ensure they do not falter in their duty. A philosophy to ward away the madness beckoned by the grotesqueries at hand. So that adds to my point that I was explaining. Basically, that originally they were put there to kind of guard against the deep. Like, if we're talking about churches and the fact that, like, the maiden outfit is there, it is most likely that this was a Way of White church. And as we know, the Way of White was all about Gwyn and linking the fire and, you know, worshipped Gwyn's kids, except for Gwendolyn, because Gwyn sucks. Ooh, I nearly rolled off the edge there. And so, as such, naturally, they would be opposed to the, you know, the dark and the abyss. Excuse me. Oh, yeah, you're not allowed to worship the Firstborn either. So it's pretty much just Guinevere. You can worship Guinevere. That's it. But I mean, Guinevere's great. If you can overlook the whole doing some very bad things thing. Don't call her that. Imagine simping for a princess that isn't best princess, honestly. I have to laugh. If you're not simping for best princess Gwendolyn, what are you doing? A lot of tongues. Does Gwyn not want people to worship Gwendolyn? I will discuss that. Basically... Oh my goodness, I'm like losing my train of thought. Yeah, so the Way of White is opposed to the Abyss, and so they probably put a thing here to keep an eye on it and to use, you know, the flame and the magic of the, you know, the Way of White and Gwyn's magic to keep it contained. But something happened that changed that led them to be consumed by the deep and be changed. Gwendolyn is a nerd goth in a family of dark. Anyway, give me 2 seconds. See, we'll discuss it more, but hopefully what I'm getting at there makes sense. That basically this was not always like a place of worshipping the deep, but over time became one because they fell to the deep. Oh boy. Yeah, because I think you're equipping the original deacon robes. So this is an interesting thing. This is a man grub, is the name of that creature, and it's gross, you might say.
Yes, hello. Oh, I don't believe we've met. I'm Patches. Unbreakable Patches.
Oh my god.
You seem to be unkindled. Do you have business with me?
You know who I am. I love that response. You fucking know what happened to me. You know who I am.
Oh, yes, of course. It's coming back to me now. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was my hand, as you know. But the deed, well, that was the armor's doing. Regrettable, truly. But behold, I'm stripped clean of that unruly attire. And look at you.
It was evil onion armor.
All's well that ends well, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we'll be fine. I can tell. It's that rotten curse. It is. The untidy mess.
Fucker. Don't forget to follow and subscribe so I can beat this dude up.
Yes. Now, it wasn't me, but you still deserve an apology. Just a little trick. You should know.
Yeah, it's just the same thing. He'll sell us stuff. Now, he's selling the Katarina armor.
Can't find anything, are you?
Get to it. What does it mean to fail to link the flame? Yeah, they couldn't power the flame. Now, that's a lot of nasty. Now, that one that is shooting magic, it's kind of hard to see, but the magic it is shooting out resembles the Saint Bidant. Meaning these guys may be tied to the original faith here. I get all of them? Cool. I will, I'm just... Oh, yeah. I didn't know. I'll get to it. I wanna get everything done in the right time. Okay. So, obviously we have this whole big cathedral, but this is the one place where we see these man grub things. We also see this big door, which looks to have been broken open, a number of the man grubs stuck up there by what appear to be large crossbow or ballista bolts. We can also see them stuck here, meaning it's possible these things were meant to defend whatever's in here. And as for what's in here, well... That's a lot of cradles. I love the visual of this area. This is Rosaria, the Mother of Rebirth, the tongueless goddess that they invade for. Oh yeah, the mod fight's amazing. If you look at her model, you can actually see she does not have a tongue. And she can allow you to redistribute your stats if you need to. Yeah, we can take a look at her. She has no tongue. Let me try to get a better view of the mouth. Yeah, she doesn't have a tongue, and she is cradling this grub thing. Now, I've seen this as a point of confusion. That grub is not a part of her. It's something that she is sitting with. What does she do with all those tongues? Who knows? But they bring them to her. It's unclear if it's even something she asked for, or if it's a sort of, like, pilgrimage offering type deal. The nod quests? Yeah, I am. I'm not gonna do all of them, but I'm going to do as many as I can in one playthrough. And any I miss, I will do next time. depending on whether or not people want a New Game Plus playthrough. Okay, so for 5 minutes I can't use that word. I really thought I turned that off for the lore playthrough, but I will honor it.
Hello? Hello? Anyone there? Anyone at all?
That's... No, it's okay, Game Metals. It's not a huge deal.
Oh. I know that voice. Just how
Onion Dad's down the way. How does he know our voice? We didn't say anything.
It's me, Siegfried of Katerina.
Hi, Dad.
I'm loath to admit it, but I've been had. Someone's swiped my armor. Did you happen to see it anywhere?
Ugh. Posture check. Stretch. Stretch.
Oh, not to worry. Great planning begets great fortune. An old tenant of the Knights of Katerina. And I am a master planner, I do say.
I bet. Oh shit, sorry, my bad, 1 second. I hit the wrong button. I'm still here. Shit. Pay no attention. There's my stretch. I need to set it up so every time I get the stretch channel points redeemed, I actually do the stretch. Is everything working again? Okay, cool. I think we're good. Let me know if something's not going. Now then. It would appear that we might know who may have swiped his armor. So why don't we go politely ask the individual that may have stolen the armor for it back? Politely. Cathedral of Abyss, but worse. Cathedral of Shitty Abyss. I'm going to have a calm and civil discussion with him, as befitting a professor.
What's happened,
Shit.
friend?
Don't mind me.
Stop this. Stop this.
Sorry. No.
Godspeed. I need
Shit. I have a hard time kicking in this game. I wanted to hit him off.
Nobody can crack me. Rot in hell.
No, you can actually, you don't. Lol.
Why me? Why me?
Bit. Nice and easy. Wasn't that fun and pleasant? An old ring with a seal depicting a horse's hoof. Boost kick effect. Unbreakable Patches adored this ring and the feeling that it gave him when he kicked his marks into the depths of treacherous traps, but suffered no shortage of ridicule from his associates for relying so heavily on the tired old trick. But who is the sorrier? The horse who knows only to kick, or the fool who approaches the old beast without thought? That's deep. I'm allowed to say it now. Who the hell are his associates? Oh, you know, Patch and the boys. Patches and friends. God, you know what I miss? I miss fucking Chewy Lemonheads and friends. Fun fact, one of the best things I've ever tasted was Chewy Lemonheads and friends because I had spent 8 weeks living in the woods. It's a long story. But I had spent 8 weeks living in the woods and it pretty much just had, like, oats, rice, and beans, and the occasional, like, bit of chicken. And before I went, I had half of the box, right? And then I went. And all I could think about was finishing off that fucking box. And then after 8 weeks, I got out and had a family member bring me a box of them. And oh my God, after 8 weeks of, like, woods living and eating, like, fucking garbage, that shit was so good. Pure process. I love you, Dad.
My deepest gratitude. I, Siegfried of Katarina, salute you.
I love you, Dad.
With my trusty suit of armor, I'll be out of here in a jiffy. Until we meet again, comrade.
Comrade. Siegfried said, fuck capitalism. What a man. Love you. Bet he could escape the whole time and just didn't want to do it naked. The indignity. Oh, I'm talking about the pure process of Chewy Lemonheads and friends. I miss them. I haven't had them in so long. I don't even think they call them Chewy Lemonheads and friends anymore. They call them something else, but I will always know them as that way. Oh, yeah. Patches never lost heart and never looked back. He marched in one direction, and that direction was dead ahead. Did you see him passing by? I love that. What a king.
Ah. Gracious, passing fine ash thou hast given. And awfully warm at that.
Lol.
Almost as if it had lived mere moments ago.
I don't know about that.
Forgive an old woman's idle prate. I'm sure an ashen one such as thee would never indulge such base contrivances.
Just because he's a king doesn't mean I'm not going to kick him into a pit. That was his fault for fucking with me.
Ashen.
Welcome.
Yeah, I love her. She's like, wow, you sure did kill that person. I'm sure they had it coming.
Farewell, Ashen Maiden.
Okay. Are we good? Are we... Are we able to go on to the boss of this area? Do you think the handmaiden eats the souls like hard candies? Yeah. Or she, like, puts them in a glass and drinks them. her soul chalice. We consume the soul chalice. No, that's okay. That was the joke I was making. Oh, I should have got Alluring Skulls. That would be good for this fight. God, we really just have a terrible ring selection. I have 4. The Shrine Handmaid was responsible for the Chalice dungeons, and I will never forgive her. Oh yeah, I should, there we go. I just mean for, like, defensive purposes. It's not a great setup for survivability. Mass Effect, I love Mass Effect. Here we go. So, yes, here are the Deacons of the Deep. Once meant to link the flame, now completely consumed by it. Like, they just got completely consumed by it. And, like, the thing moving between them is mostly a gameplay gimmick, but it is essentially, like, a piece of the deep. Infinite clerics. Oh boy, shit. And there's the Pope. Oh my god. I always get too greedy in this fight. It's funny because the Alluring Skulls actually work on them. Stop healing him. That's illegal. You can't heal him. It's not fair. I call shenanigans. Shit. I'm stuck. There we go. I love like the theme and vibes of this boss. And you get Pope Sat. Now, we got a bunch of lore from them, so we'll pop back. But also, one thing I will mention... Yeah, they're not very hard. One thing I will mention is that this here is Aldrich's coffin. Because Aldrich is really big, and that's where they put him after, like, they used him to link the flame. The Pope we need, but not the one we deserve. I would be a good Pope. I mean, I can think of one issue that would come with me being Pope, which is the fact that I am Jewish, and I feel like they don't let Jews be Pope. They should, but they don't. What's your first religious decree? Venmo me $100 US. My Pope, my Professor, my President. I'm President Professor Mom the Fifth, the Pope. Jesus was Jewish, it's true. Hey!
Oh, and we meet again. We spoke before on the Road of Sacrifices. Anri of Astora.
Yeah, I know, I was
well
there.
Pleased to see you safe. We reached the Cathedral of the Deep, but Aldrich's coffin was empty. The man-eater must have left for his true home. The little doll in the empty coffin told me.
How? It's a doll.
Aldrich is said to hail from Irithyll in the Boreal Valley, an ancient fabled city. A pilgrim told me that the city lies beyond Farron Keep, and so becomes our destination.
So that is interesting. Saying that Aldrich hails from Irithyll in the Boreal Valley, which we know is, you know, the place where the Outrider Knights are from, and also, that this Pontiff dude is from, who we have mentioned. We have heard mentioned now. Now this is interesting. The soul of the Deacons of the Deep is a bunch of little humanities combined together in the blue hue. The Deep is associated with like a bluish hue. After Aldrich left for the Boreal Valley, Archdeacon Royce remained in the cathedral with the high priests to keep eternal watch over their master's coffin. So Aldrich woke up and headed to Irithyll. Let's learn from his Pope hat real quick. White crown worn by an archdeacon of the Cathedral of the Deep, presented solely to delegates of the gods. So that's interesting. And I think like that highlights the whole they were originally like popes, like servants of the Way of White. Of the 3 archdeacons of the Deep, one cast off his white crown and left the cathedral to stand by Aldrich. So that is interesting, because again, it's like they were meant to stay and guard the place, but they left. Holy garb worn by an archdeacon of the Cathedral of the Deep, a sign of the Way of White's highest rank. Of the 3 archdeacons of the Deep, one stood over Aldrich's casket with hope that he would return one day. Skirt worn by an archdeacon of the Cathedral of the Deep. Of the archdeacons of the Deep, one attended to Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth, who he deemed a goddess. So one of them stayed to look after the coffin. One of them essentially defected to serve Rosaria, and Rosaria, that was Klimt, the one who we got the Saint Bident from. Just a pontiff with a surfboard and a rocking Walkman. Yeah, I mean, once we get to Irithyll, we're gonna see just absolute rockin' Pope. Rockin' New Year's Pope. Speaking of which, I hope you're all ready for some really, really important lore. Small silverwork doll depicting a young squire. In the legendary old city of Irithyll, situated in the Boreal Valley, the Pontiff Sullivan gave this doll to valued subjects, so that they might use it to cross the barrier when they return home. Listen carefully, and you can hear it say, "Wherever you go, the moon still sets in Irithyll. Wherever you may be, Irithyll is your home." So this alone should tell us a lot. I'm sure people have already noticed the suspiciously moon-like symbol on the back of the doll. Indeed, it is a funny little symbol. So, that does certainly seem to resemble the Dark Moon. So, we have this legendary old city named Irithyll in the Boreal Valley. And we also know of an institution, or like a nation run by Gwendolyn, called the Sunless Realms. So for the most part, like, most likely from what we know, and we'll get into it later, but from what we can tell, it seems like Irithyll and is situated in the Boreal Valley, and the Boreal Valley is part of the Sunless Realms that Cirrus serves. So perhaps this Irithyll place may belong to, or have belonged to, our one and only Lady Gwendolyn. And I know this was a repeated question during the last Lorethrough, so yes, we can now see for a fact we do get more lore about Gwendolyn in Dark Souls 3, and we will be learning more.
Farewell, Ashen Maid.
It's certainly interesting, and we will learn very, very much, and I'm very excited to say more.
Very well then taken. Farewell, Ashen, may the flame.
May the flame. I remember Scared Straight.
Ashen one.
Well, very then taken.
He's Are you saying he was imprisoned for gamer crimes? Listen, Scared Straight is not going to affect me for a reason that might be a little clear. What with the whole gay thing? Anyway. Yeah, Gwendolyn was very much overlooked, and I think that's on purpose, given the fact that she is ultimately the one controlling the events of the entirety of Dark Souls 1. Like, she is behind everything, and I think it was intentionally, like, kept secret. And it's like, sometimes it'd be like that. You know? Time for Swamp. Everybody's favorite. See, it seems like Aldrich is heading for a Gwendolyn-owned, or formerly Gwendolyn-owned area. So yeah, here we can see a lot of bodies strung up in the swamp, as well as a bunch of collapsed wreckage, suggesting that this was definitely not this place's original vibe. It seems like something has happened to it since, because we know the Abyss Watchers left, and then the wolf blood dried up, is how it's mentioned in lore. Poisoned. At the very least, don't have a poison swamp that slows down your movement, for God's sake. There's gotta be a poison swamp, whatever, but like, oh, I don't have any fucking moss. Oh! That's a Dark Wraith. Yes. The Dark Wraiths are still a thing, but they are few and far between, because again, it's like the Dark Wraiths can't really die. We would all simp for Gwendolyn. We know. They're just kind of still hanging. Sage's Coal. Coal used for weapon infusion. The white magic flame produced by this coal was given to the Undead Legion long ago by one of the Crystal Sage twins. So, they didn't just have their normal coal, they had a magic coal. A cool special coal. Dark Wraiths only want one thing and it's fucking disgusting. That's funny. That's very funny. So we have to go and put out the 3 flames to open the door to Wolf's Blood, as it said. So these things are called Gru. And as for what they are, I will explain, but clearly they are connected to all this nastiness. So they don't seem like the most pleasant type. I hope you enjoy Valhalla. I'm not going to be playing it because I'm not dropping $60 on a game right now when I don't even know how I'm going to pay my rent this month. So this is interesting. On this flame is a carving that appears to be a woman in robes behind what may be the Bed of Chaos. So that might be the Witch of Izalith depicted in that, which is very interesting. I love that I can move my neck and have it reflected. So you know when I'm stretching for real. It's starting to open, bit by bit. And behind it is that big old building, and that's our goal. That is Farron Keep. Like the one where all the one where the people came from. I'm being really vague. Okay, I'm hydrating. I'm checking my posture. Once I get to the next bonfire, I'm going to take a brief break to get more water. And also to let my poor cat in. I feel bad, but like I'm not about to let him get sick because I feel bad. All right, this motherfucker. This dude killed me so many fucking times on my first playthrough. It's because they have a grab attack with no cooldown, so they can just spam. Guy's a pain in my fucking ass. Oh yeah, and the grab attack gives them a buff, I forgot.
Give this money to Guru. Their breaths probably stink, so tell them to get a stick of gum.
Oh my god. I will give the money to them and tell them to be unstinky. So there we have another flame with something resembling a lord. And that certainly seems to be neato, or it's just a bunch of skeletons having a good time. That's just the same cutscene again, so it's not. It just lets me know I'm putting out the second flame. There should be a bonfire. Okay. Yeah, these guys spew out poison and stuff. They're not friendly, I will say that much. Anyway, I need to go let my cat out and the like. So, don't go anywhere, pretty please. And I'll be back in just a minute or two. Okay. We're back. Has everybody been good while I was gone? Nobody say anything mean? Alright. Is it weird stuff that, like, I need to be appraised of? Pray tell, is it something of which I should be appraised? AKA, is it anything that made people uncomfortable? Yeah, I would say if people voice their discomfort, let's stop, like, any line of conversation that causes that. Now then, I believe it is time for lore. More lore. Let's drop it then. I think if everybody's all good, let's just kind of let's drop it. Dream Chaser's ashes. We'll discuss that in a second, but we need to talk about this first. What is this? I'm gonna say no. This is the Old Wolf of Farron. And this wolf, as we know, its blood dried up. And it doesn't exactly move much, but it is still alive. You can see it breathing. It's faint, but it is there. This dog most likely belonged to, or was connected to, the Undead Legion. Ancient medallion depicting the crest of a wolf. Symbolizes the pact with the Old Wolf of Farron. The watchdogs ensure that the warriors sleep in serenity by taking the form of loyal spirits and hunting down those who would trespass the woods of Farron. Posture check. Okay, I'm good. Drop my links. Don't forget to follow and subscribe, or else I'll die. And nobody wants that, I hope. Yeah, basically. It doesn't seem like it was owned by the Abyss Watchers, but it seems like the Abyss Watchers made some sort of pledge using the blood of the wolf. Oh yeah, we didn't go over this. Sacred Seal of Archdeacon Klimt, who served Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth. Rosaria's fingers collect tongues in her name. Some do it to be reborn. Others do it to help comfort their voiceless goddess. See, if you give her the tongues, you can be reborn. I hate when my blood dries up. God, that's me in winter, like during the winter, you know? Like when it gets all cold. And what is that? That looks to be a stray demon. Similar to the Asylum Demon from Dark Souls 1, although it is decidedly lacking in features. By which I mean it's like made of rocks. Oh boy. I knew that was gonna get me. Oh, come on. And as for why that is, it may have something to do with the whole Chaos Flame having been destroyed a while ago. They probably just don't have the same amount of flame they used to, and it made them all dried up and nasty. Are you serious? Oh my fucking god. Yeah, I can see that. I'm so bad at fighting this dude. Oh my god. For fun. What the hell happened there? We got the soul of a stray demon. The stray demon, now lacking even a trace of flame, was once the gatekeeper of Lorethrough. So it seems like he served a similar role in Lorethrough. Oh yeah, no, like I broke his leg, but I killed him at the same time, so I think it doubled the animation, so he like died twice. Oh yeah, no, like I know the legs break, I've seen the legs break, but FSC, I'm sorry you can't get to sleep. Listen, I am crippled. I am allowed to cripple who I want. Sekiro demons die twice. That's really good, actually. That's funny. Oh yeah, we gotta go do the Dream Chaser's ashes now. You could call it that. Oh my god. Sorry, message. I'm all good. Fangirling for Stray Demon? I respect that. Oh yeah. Umbral Ash of one who dreamt of joining the Undead Legion. With this, the Shrine Handmaid will prepare new items. In the end, the Dream Chasers who wandered aimlessly in the rotted forest found a sense of fulfillment.
Ah, well met, Ashen One. How may I be of service? Ashen One, what woeful umbral ash is this?
I'm pretty sure this is like just purely a troll move based on the pendant from Dark Souls 1.
Won't yield. Where didst thou happen? Oh yes, I see. Clinging to lofty dreams in this dying world, more's the pity.
I like her sweater.
It has come from one most foolish indeed.
Like, look at her sweater arms.
Wouldst thou not agree?
Oh yeah, this has some lore too. Hold up. Does this... Oh, actually, we had this earlier. Let's, There's lore here. Farenkeep was swallowed by the rotted wood, where the blunt-horned grus concoct this resin. So yeah, without the Abyss Watchers, the rotted wood kind of consumed it. Holy water blessed by the Queen of Lorethrough. There is a grave in Lorethrough that sees no visitors, a dark place where rootless warriors rest. The Queen of Lorethrough alone cared to wish the poor souls good fortune. So she may have been, like, looking out for us, like the Unkindled. But that would also mean that the whole Unkindled and Firekeeper system was being done by the Lorethrough royal family, which isn't a great look for her, maybe?
I'd heard one of the Crystal Sages had sided with Farron's Abyss Watchers. I suppose it must be true. You should know, this coal is imbued with magic. First one I've ever seen.
And he's been around a long time.
Hardly a surprise, is it? I've never been one for books or wise men.
You are wise to me, Grandpa. You are perfect to me.
Ah. Admiral.
Well, very then take.
What do I want to put points into? No one levels Vit. Don't ever level Vit. Nobody levels Vit.
Farewell, Ashen.
Solaire's a himbo. He's allowed to be dumb. He's sexy and dumb.
Ashen one.
Well, very then take.
If I wanted sexy and smart, well, I was gonna say if I wanted sexy and smart, I'd go for Gwendolyn, but
Farewell, Ashen one.
you can be a good and pure boy into himbo. Gwendolyn she was able to manipulate the entire events of Dark Souls 1. I'd say that's pretty smart. I think she's very smart. She's just been brainwashed by her terrible, terrible dad. And yeah, I will, Bella. Oh boy. Rockman, this is something we've discussed a number of times. All lore points to Gwendolyn being trans. And since we're all about the lore, all right, we got our flames. I want to know how that system works. But yeah, no, in my Lorethrough for 1, I went into a lot of detail on my Lorethrough for 1 about the nature of her being trans. And so I would ask that you respect that, since that is, that is where the lore comes down on that, I think. Persephone Newt, thank you for the follow. Much obliged. Oh boy. Why didn't the chosen undead... Yeah, I would say Rockman, that is definitely a term that you should not be using. I think whether or not you personally find it offensive, it is a word that people find offensive, and so I am going to ask that you leave it be. There we go. Picked up something Lori, I think. Oh, yeah. A leaf signifying a duty fulfilled by the watchdogs of Farron, who stand beside the old wolf to ensure the serenity of those at rest. Depicts a swordgrass leaf stained with dried blood. Long ago, the swordgrass leaf quietly identified members of the Undead Legion. In the rotted forest rest the spirits of warriors past. Their acceptance of and gratitude toward their guardians is expressed eloquently by humble leaf. Thank you for understanding. My feelings towards stuff like that are, if people, even if some people are okay with it, if other people voice discomfort about it, then I would say err on the side of caution. So I am gonna have to count that as a strike. But hopefully we can, hopefully we can leave the whole thing behind. And have that be the end of it. There's a lot of items I want here, but I want to kill this dude first. So he doesn't wake up these lads. Oh, he woke him up. Yeah, there are slurs that apply to me that I might use jokingly with my friends. Not that one, obviously, but like lesbian-specific slurs or gay-specific slurs as, like, a form of reclamation, but I would not, like, I don't use them on this stream. Yeah, I would yeah, I just tend to prefer to err on the side of caution. I can't curse. Okay. I will be good and not curse. That's the same as before. I am gonna say a gay. Wait, how did the emote-only chat not activate? Okay. We are on emote only for 2 minutes. Yeah, let's be done with that. I don't think we're gonna go through and fight the boss of this area because that's a whole other can of worms, but there's some other stuff to explore in this area that I'm gonna want to take care of. Ah! Oh, also there's a certain special somebody waiting at Firelink Shrine that I'm gonna want us to see. It's time for soup. If I can remember how to get to them. Hi, Cooper. Hello, my baby boy.
Hi, honey. Hi, baby boy. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. Hi, honey.
Okay. We have been freed. Oh god. Why did she suddenly... I would like Cooper emotes, but I can't afford to commission emotes. All of my emotes have been made nicely as a gift by my friends. What's Cooper look like? I can show a picture of Cooper. If people want to see pictures of Cooper, like, I'm not gonna, like, show him live right now, but I have pictures of him. Leave me alone. I'm trying to get lore. Now this is sad. It's those mushroom folks. So the mushrooms folks are here, and that raises an interesting question. Is Cooper in the cat channel in the Discord? Oh, I wanted that item! Yeah, the mushrooms being there, we'll be discussing the lore for it. For now, though, since now seems to be a decent stopping point, we can take a break from this, and then before I leave, we can take a peek at some pictures of Cooper if that is something people would enjoy. I will pull them up. Don't forget to follow and subscribe for the son, for the special boy. And I guess now I can do a brief question. I can do a brief question time right now if people have questions. I will show the lad. I will. Oh, hang on. Oh no. I'm working on it. It is a process. I have to like close out of all of my other tabs because I don't want people seeing my lock and key spoilers. Because I currently have a bunch of tabs open working on it because it, I gotta write the dang thing. Is Cooper running in the 2024 election? He's my running mate. When I run for president, he's like, I mean, I'm president already, but when I run for re-election, he's my running mate. He's my vice president. My vice president. Okay, 2 seconds. I'm just adding a source. Here we go. Here we go. It's me.
Blessing of the moon
and my
upon
son.
my journey.
Okay, cool. That's still showing up. I now follow my own teachings. He's a tuxedo cat. He is half Maine Coon. There's him being menacing. He's extremely large. Like, when I say extremely large, I mean like he is 17 pounds. He is a very large man. Like, for reference, Maine Coons are like the big cats. Them and Norwegian forest cats are the largest cats. And he is either half or 2/3 Maine Coon. It's hard to tell because he was most likely like a wild cat. And he does not have like the ear tufts or whatever, but he does have a mane, which is super, super cute. He has a very fluffy mane, like in the wintertime when it gets cold. And he's just absurdly cuddly and fluffy because they're meant to be able to survive cold climates. And he's just very, very friendly. Let's see. That's him with my new cane. Look at how fluffy he is. Oh yeah. He's such a sweetie pie. He's so huge. Like, he's so fucking huge. He's really, really big. And majestic. Isn't he majestic? I think he's beautiful. I think he's a very special boy. And he makes me very happy. He's my handsome little man. Well, tuxedo cats aren't actually a breed. They're a fur pattern. Yeah, he's my writing buddy. Like right now, he's asleep in the chair next to me. And being just very, very adorable. Hey, buddy. We're talking about you. Oh, you like a cuddle? Yeah. Thank you. He tells me if my game's writing is perfect or if it belongs in the litter box. Okay, here is probably my favorite image to illustrate just how fucking weird my cat's anatomy is. Like, look at him. Look at him. He's wonderful. Yeah. Because that's the thing, right? He's half Maine Coon. So, like, he has, like, a Maine Coon body, but he has, like, a normal cat head. Like, he has, like, a normal-sized cat head, but then just has, like, a massive Maine Coon cat-sized body. He has perfect proportions. It had perfect proportions. For reference. Here is, like, what a full-breed Maine Coon looks like. Oh, that's a Norwegian forest cat. But they're pretty big. Maine Coons are very, very large. And he is not quite that large. But he is partial. Hence him being a very interesting size and shape. He's so cute. He's so cute. Yes, I love this shot. I feel like a mom showing off pictures of her kid, because I am. I am a mom showing off pictures of her kid, and this is my kid, and he's wonderful. He's a big old boy. Oh, he's so cute. He's very handsome. It's a representation of myself because I am mom happy. I love him. He's so cute. He's my little baby boy. Are you my little baby boy? You are. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Oh, you're such a good boy. Hang on 2 seconds, guys. I need to go let in my wife, and then we can come back and do a little more cat admiring in 2 seconds. Hey guys, my wife is home, and so she is also here too.
Hey guys! Oh my God, it's him.
It's
Cooper.
him. I'm being a very proud mom.
Oh, hi, buddy.
Hey wife, I love you.
I love you too.
The gang's all here.
Hey Cooper.
My whole presidential team. Oh my God.
Oh, he's so chunky.
Oh. He's a cute little boy. Oh, he just has an absurd amount of whiskers.
He's very photogenic.
Oh, I love this. I love this
he
fucking...
has a quest for you.
He's the chosen one. This is about his journey, his day-to-day.
That's what he does all day. He scratches himself. Catch a vibe.
Catch a vibe. Oh, I love our beautiful son.
He's looking up at me with them big old eyes. Look at this.
Oh, hi, baby.
Hi, did you miss me? Did you miss me?
Oh, yeah, he's a very messy eater.
Oh my god.
He likes to throw his shit out. Oh my god, that's such a menacing photo.
Why is he in the sink?
He's very intimidating.
Oh my fucking god.
Oh yeah, that was in the winter. He made a little blanket fort. Like he found a big comforter of ours and just kind of squeezed his way in there.
Wiggled his way in. This is a tank shaped like a cat. Oh! He's in the office. He cooking.
Oh yeah. Ah! Oh yeah, his chair that is also very large.
Cooper says, ah!
What a special boy.
It looks like a cat bed.
Oh yeah, this is like right around when I moved into my new house.
Yeah. You can tell because this one is in that picture's in the old house.
Yeah.
It's his chair. It belongs to him.
I love him so much. He's my special boy.
Aww.
I think with that wonderful, sweet little note, I think we will be wrapping up for the evening. On Wednesday, we will return with probably a continuation of the no-hit run. I mean, not no-hit run, but SL1 run for Dark Souls 3. Or if somebody feels really strongly about seeing a new game, you can totally let me know. And we will figure out where to go from there. Thank you all for coming by and supporting my new venture and my new face cam. I appreciate it. Stan Gwendolyn. And you know the usual, make sure you hydrate, Venmo me $100 US, and follow and subscribe. And remember, cats are wonderful, cats are your friends, and you should always treat them very, very well.
If there is a special cat in your life, kiss their little forehead.
If there is, yes, please do kissy their forehead for me, and for my wife. Give them 2 kisses and tell them it's from us. Anyway.
And tell Cooper you love him.
I love you, Cooper.
I love you, Cooper.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.